Okay. And then that's fine. We are going to record it so that people who cannot join us live will have the benefit of watching it later. Thank you. Turn off my camera now and hand over to the people who are administering today.
Good morning, colleagues, and our esteemed guest and panel members. It is my privilege to this morning open this first of our series of Women's Month event, where the focus is always on gender mainstreaming and women empowerment through our different programs. Today's topic is specifically very close to my heart. I have in my past life been involved in the Sustainable Development Goals and in also the original conceptualization of South Africa's climate change response. Included in the white paper of South Africa on climate change and our climate change response, there are 12 principles that must underline all of our climate change um, mitigation, adaptation, and response strategies, policies, and the work that we do. One of those policies, one of those principles that are very, very relevant to today's discussion is the need that we always need to be informed by special needs and circumstances, considering the special needs and circumstances of localities and people that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, including vulnerable groups such as women, and especially poor and or rural women. Then we also have the principle of equity, and we have the informed participation. So there are more than one principle that is talking about gender mainstreaming. It is a common fact that in South Africa, as internationally, women and especially rural and poor women are more adversely affected by the impacts of climate change on their livelihoods, on their health, well-being, and on their economic activities. So it is especially responsible that where we are set in rural environments and where we have the poor on our doorstep, that we as SANParks respond to these principles in how we approach climate change. Very closely linked to this is the issue of severe weather events and then specifically drought. Known as the South African Convention, there is the United Nations Convention, or the African Convention rather. There is the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification, which is very closely linked and actually spread from the work that was done through the United Nations Conference, the World Congress, the first one that was done, and then the UNFCCC work that was done. Fairly recently and led by our own Deputy Minister in May at the UNCCD COP15, there was the Abidjan resolution that specifically talked about the need to expedite gender equality for successful restoration of land that is affected by desertification. It's with this little background that I want to welcome you to this very, very important discussion here today. And I want to indicate that the purpose is very specifically for us to acknowledge the challenges that we have, to acknowledge the work that we're already directly and indirectly doing in this regard, but most actively to put our brains together to find a solution of how we can expedite and strengthen gender mainstreaming in our climate change efforts. To lead this discussion and to introduce the panel, we are honored to be in the presence of the CEO of the Endangered Wildlife Trust, who is also the chairperson of SANParks Conservation and Socioeconomic Transformation Committee. Yolande Freeman, I'm handing over to you. Yolande, you are muted.
Gosh, you think by now we'd all know how to not do that. Morning, everyone, and I'm sorry about that. It's lovely to be with everyone this morning. Our clear instructions from the hosts has been that we keep this informal. So then just to thank Lisa for the introduction and to reiterate, so my name is Yolande, and I'm very honored to be your chairperson for this panel this morning. While we will introduce everyone and give them their full titles and a little bit of background as to who they are, the panelists have also agreed to keep things informal. So we will, as a group of ladies having a conversation, we will be referring to each other in our first names for this morning. And hopefully that will also engender some relaxed conversation from our members that have attended this morning. And so we welcome you also just interacting in a lovely informal manner. So thank you for kickstarting. I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker first. I'm not going to introduce all the panelists. I'm going to just do the introductions to the rest of the panelists afterwards, because I don't want to detract from the importance of our keynote speaker and her giving us about a 20-minute overview of how we're going to take the rest of the panel forward this morning and some of the issues around climate change and gender. So it's really lovely to have you here this morning, Thuli. So your full name is Dr. Thuli Khumalo, but we would be referring to you as Thuli going forward. And it's really lovely to have this opportunity to have you leading and framing the conversation. A little bit of background. Thuli is the first Chief Operations Officer of the Presidential Climate Change Commission. And as we know, this is quite a fledgling organization, and Thuli joined it in 2021. Thuli was formerly the Deputy Director General responsible for climate change and air quality in the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Prior to this, she was the Chief Director for Air Quality Management and was appointed by law as the National Air Quality Officer for 8 years. Prior to joining the Department of what was then the Environmental Affairs in 2009 as Director of Atmospheric Policy, Regulation and Planning, she was a Senior Environmental Scientist at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, otherwise known as the CSR. Thuli has a PhD in Environmental Science from the University of the Witwatersrand and has recently completed a Master of Philosophy in Corporate Strategy from Gordon Institute of Business Science. Among others, she holds a Program for Management Development Certificate from GIBS, the Gordon Institute for Business Science, and she has a considerable experience in organizational leadership, team management, strategy development and implementation, stakeholder management and coordination. Thuli, we really are privileged, and I'm very, very excited to hear you chat a little bit more about a whole bunch of things about climate change and gender mainstreaming, and I believe you're going to be focusing on the Just Transition Framework for South Africa. So at this point, I'm going to hand over the mic to yourself, and at the end of your keynote address, we'll then refer to the rest of the panel members and I'll introduce them one by one. Thank you. Sorry,
thank you, Chair.
It was remiss of me not to say, sorry, if there are any questions for clarity or any other issues to the attendees, please just put your hand up and I will be monitoring that. Thank you.
Good morning, Yolande. Good morning, Liz. Good morning, all ladies. I don't know if there are gentlemen in the meeting, but for correctness, let me say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to join you this morning. And really, the issue of climate change is a very, very important one. It's an environmental issue. It's a social issue. It's an economic issue. Liz had started to talk about the legislation, overall legislation that has framed the climate conversation in South Africa. And I don't want to take from that. I just want to emphasize a few points on some of the things that Liz has mentioned. The issue of climate change impacts to vulnerable groups, sorry about that, is a critical one. It is ensued in the climate change white paper of South Africa, and it is taken through all the climate change issues, all documents in relation to what we are doing in South Africa around that. Gender mainstreaming in climate change is also a very, very important issue, and it is my belief is that the awareness of it, the fact that the SANParks is starting to talk about it, is a very good and initial step, and it should then be taken forward. While I want to just frame, so there's the climate change policy, and before that, South Africa would, as a member of the United Nations framework for climate change, has always been submitting first communication, just committed to the issue of climate change in South Africa. And with that came all the national work and commitments. Now we have the climate change policy, which frames very clearly for us the importance of climate change, especially in our context with so many vulnerable groups, women and children. And I'm going to also then frame how, in terms of the legislation, we have moved to this. After that, there is now the climate change bill, which has been consulted with all social partners and is now in Parliament. They are doing the public consultation process, and it will then be taken to the provincial governments for hearings on that. And there is the Presidential Climate Commission. Let me talk briefly about the Presidential Climate Commission. It is referred to in the climate change bill, and once that bill is assented to by the President, the Climate Change Commission will become a statutory body. At the moment, it is established on the basis of a cabinet decision with the sole focus to manage the just transition in South Africa to a low carbon economy and climate resilient society. I'm going to expand on that. I'm going to expand on that in a little while, but I just want, before I go deeply into what the Presidential Climate Commission, I will call it PCC, just referencing now. I just want to talk specifically about women and the issues of climate change as they relate to women and how climate change affects women. So I'm going to talk about food insecurity. I think that is a no-brainer. Everybody knows the issues of climate change, especially because we rely on natural resources. Most women rely squarely on natural resources for their livelihoods. So when there is a drought, there is no food security. Some of the crops don't do well. That is a no-brainer. Sometimes, depending on the type of crop, maize, for example, which forms a huge part of our staple food in South Africa, cannot survive if it sits in waterlogged soils for over a week. That's an issue around too much rain as well. And the issues of water scarcity, as they have been experienced at different times in South Africa. I mean, we had the Western Cape, now we're looking at the Eastern Cape. It's an ongoing problem. South Africa is a water scarce country, and we know the distances that some women have to travel for them to provide water. Linked to that, issues of sanitation when there's water scarcity. I'm not even going to go on that further. But then there's the issue of health as it relates to climate change. You will know that as the climate patterns shift, some of the vectors shift with it, and you begin to see diseases in areas where they were not prevalent before, and those communities are not ready to deal with those kinds of diseases. So, for example, if I can use malaria that is spread by a vector called mosquito, in some areas there is no malaria because the mosquito, the temperature doesn't support the survival of a mosquito. But as that shifts and other areas become warmer, of course, the mosquitoes will shift with that and then go to areas where the community, I'm talking about the vulnerable groups, communities now, are not geared to deal with the issues of malaria. And that, that malaria is deadly. I just wanted to touch on that. And of course, issues of raising children for women. So my belief is that the issue of climate change and women is both in the boardroom and outside for the vulnerable groups. And we women who sit in the boardroom must ensure that the right decisions are made for that will address some of the issues that other women in other communities are experiencing. And just also on my last point on that, to talk about the fact that those women are the least prepared to deal with these impacts of climate change. And the inequality in terms of the impacts themselves of climate change. I mean, recently we've seen the floods in KwaZulu-Natal. And Africa really, in the strictest sense, was not responsible for the huge amount of emissions that have led to where we are today. But the impacts themselves don't choose which area to go to. And we are experiencing disasters in Africa, in South Africa in particular, around these issues. And there's then the climate change response, that what should we then do as women when it comes to these things? Besides making the right decisions in the boardrooms, we have to capacitate the women in those areas. And I mean, we've spoken around issues of SANParks, climate smart agriculture in those areas around the SANParks, some of the initiatives that can be taken. And then now, Chair, I just want to move to the Just Transition Framework for South Africa, which has been published in the PCC website. This Just Transition Framework is the first agreement that has been given, that has been taken by all the social partners. Coming from that, just a little bit on the PCC itself. The Presidential Climate Commission is a multi-stakeholder body formed by different experts in the climate change field. We've got members of the PCC from environmental NGOs, climate NGOs, those are non-governmental organizations. We've got business, we've got unions, we've got government, 10 ministers were also appointed by the president into the commission. And he then also appointed, we've got the youth as well, and all the social groups have been appointed. The president himself is the chair of the commission, and he appointed Mr. Vali Musa to be the deputy chair of the commission to oversee the running of the commission on a daily basis. And so this commission has the broad mandate to ensure a just transition to a low carbon economy and climate resilient society among the social partners to be agreed. I think, let me just say, you know that a low carbon economy for us as a fossil fuel based economy means that we have to move away from coal. We have to shift in a way that we don't shut down the economy, but we respond to the issues of climate change. There is a fair share of global emission reduction. Each of the countries is allocated according to what the global need to reduce to ensure that the climate change, the temperature doesn't go above 1.5 degrees Celsius. And you would know what that would do for us here in South Africa when you look at other regions like the Northern Cape. If there were to be such temperature increases, will there be any crops? What will happen to the women that are reliant on the environment in those areas, the vulnerable women and the children, if I may add children into this debate? So the PCC is largely an advisory body to government and the whole country on what this transition should look like. And in doing so, the PCC has held different community consultations. We've gone to all well, not all communities, it's not possible, South Africa is quite a big country, but the number of communities that are likely to be affected by this transition. So we've gone to Emalahleni, Mpumalanga, Secunda, we've gone to South Durban, we've gone to Xolobeni, we've gone to other areas in the Northern Cape, and so on, just to talk to the stakeholders to form this. So the just transition is about bringing all the social partners together and agreeing on this shared vision, what it means for South Africa to move into this path of low carbon emissions. So what is then the Just Transition Framework, if I may share that? It is the first task and main task of the PCC really to oversee this just transition and to deliver it to South Africa and say the social partners have agreed this is the just transition, these are the principles of the just transition. But there was then a question around what is justice? When you say just transition, what is the justice part of the transition? And the PCC had to define that, what justice means in terms of this whole debate, because justice is a moral issue. What it could mean to you is different from what it could mean to me, unless we're talking about the strictest letter of the law. So we had to define what are the principles of the just transition that we're talking about. That's stemming from the Bill of Rights in South Africa. We know about the rights, we know about the Environmental Management Act, we call it the NEMA, and what what it says. So there are three types of justice that we have dealt with in the framework. The first one is a distributive justice, we've got restorative justice, and then we've got procedural justice. Distributive is about the risks and opportunities that result from this transition, that they should be distributed fairly and cognizant of gender, as I have spoken about this, and class and inequalities in South Africa. It is important that as we move forward, we address the triple bottom issues of this country: poverty, unemployment, and inequality. It is critical that they are the center of this just transition, and we should make sure that South Africans are equipped with the requisite skills to deal with this just transition. And when I'm talking about opportunities, in my language we have, well, in English they call it one man's food is another man's poison. We've got different African languages that say the same thing at different times, But to say when there is this, shall I call it, crisis, it comes with opportunities. As we are dealing with the issues of the just transition, shutting down of coal, we could be dealing with new mines like copper that are needed in the green economy going forward. Those are the opportunities that I'm referring to. And climate smart agriculture, even areas that you were not, as productive agriculturally, this could be an opportunity to increase productivity and ensuring food security in those areas. And also ensuring that in terms of business, corporate responsibility supports a green and inclusive community. And then the next one is the restorative justice, where we are saying the historical damages that have been caused against individuals and communities in this country must be addressed in this just transition that the country is concerned about. It is to redress the healing people and the land, which is an immediate need echoed by the PCC in its consultations. And the communities really have come forward to say, this is what justice looks for us in this community, and these are the issues that should be addressed. Issues acknowledging the health and environmental impacts of climate change we talk about it all the time, but what does it mean to the people that we want? We're talking about vulnerable women, for example. What does it mean to them when they hear this restorative justice? What does it mean to them in their livelihoods, on the day-to-day basis, on what they need to be doing? A shift also from resource-intensive sectors, I've spoken about coal, improving the ecosystems which communities rely on to sustain, really. And, also to create opportunities for the environmentally degraded land to be rehabilitated, remediation, all of those issues. And when it comes to the reduction of emissions, the economy should allow for greater inclusion and ownership and participation. And this is where we as women need to stand up and participate in this future green economy, not only as talking in communities, but also be the SMMEs, the business owners that are running this green economy. We need to capacitate, and we need to ensure that also disadvantaged groups are put forward in this debate of the just transition. And finally, I want to talk about the procedural justice as it relates to these three types of justices. You will know that when we are talking about a shift, reduction in coal mining, we are talking about people's homes. We're talking about, and the unions really need to be on board with this, because we're talking about maybe some of the coal mines will close. Obviously, when you're reducing coal power, you will go back to where the coal is coming from. And then what happens to those people? Can they be reskilled to operate in the new economy? Procedurally, are they taken on board to work with this just transition in a way that going forward, they themselves are working in cleaner industries that are supporting the new economy? There are issues of migration in South Africa. We all know that mining is not only done by people who come from those communities. Others migrate even from the neighboring countries to come to South Africa to work in the mines of South Africa. And those things are part of the procedural justice that we're talking about, to say, suddenly my husband who left home, I'm in Eastern Cape and is now working in Mpumalanga in a coal mine, must come home because the coal mine has been shut down. I'm just making an example here. What does it do for that family? Oh, there's a mine that is being opened now here to mine copper. Of course, it will not only be issues of that particular community that and members of the community that will work there as well. So we've gone into looking also at the risk factors, the coal value chain. I'm not going to spend more time on that. I've already spoken a little bit about coal. And then we've got the auto value chain. We're talking about electric vehicles going forward. Is South Africa ready to produce electric vehicles? The international market is looking for electric vehicles. We have Department of Transport that is published a green transport strategy looking at emission reductions, proposing big changes in the economy around transportation domestically. But we've got thousands of people that work in these mines, in this auto value, in the production of motor vehicles in the country. I have spoken a little bit also about agriculture. And we know that agriculture is a labor-intensive sector, but it needs to be supported, because where there's water shortages, like I have alluded earlier, we need to ensure that we can sustain as a country, we can have food. And just to mention that the transition is already happening. What we are trying to do in South Africa is to make sure that we are not left behind. We don't have our goods not competing in the global market and find ourselves, sitting with an economic calamity here. And then there's the tourism sector, which is squarely on SANParks. And tourism faces a variety of pressures because of climate change. I mean, climate change, degradation and disruption of the natural heritage, we know what we need in the SANParks, for example, to sustain the animals that are there. I mean, if there's no water, what are we going to do? Those are some of the issues. The threats of the increasing heat as well is one, and there's the droughts and the floods and all of, and the breakdown of infrastructure that happens when there is floods, for example. And this sector also needs to ensure that the data is available and speaks to the issue so that it can be tracked and solutions can be provided. I mean, I've also read an article that talks about climate change being a grand challenge, in the sense that we have an idea of impacts. These are the impacts of climate change, but all of us here don't know when exactly a flood is going to hit. But we must be ready. We need infrastructure that is ready. The timing of impacts, we have seen how it has affected vulnerable people. We have seen how we thought as a country we have climate information systems. We can inform people that there's a disaster coming, but there are different aspects to that conversation. Can people get the information? Even if they get the information, women, assuming I'm sitting at my house and I receive a message that there's a flood coming into that area, the area that we are sitting at is under threat. Do I really have the means to uproot myself and my children from there to a safer location? And where is this safer location? Those are some of the issues. If you go through the Just Transition Framework document, it's available on the PCC website, and it can be circulated to this group as well. You will see a number of the projected impacts, the things that are expected to happen in the different sectors, and what we as the PCC are then saying should be done in a phased approach to address some of these impacts. But I also want to talk about seizing opportunities in the different phases of the transition. We know that we have to transition in phases. We're not going to get everything done tomorrow, even if you wanted to. Anyway, South Africa is a big country. If you're going to do anything of this magnitude, it has to be planned properly, it has to be consulted properly. Everybody who's affected needs to be taken on board in this. But what are the opportunities then that are coming with this transition for us to participate fully? Of course, there's the global commitments, what we've said we're going to do in country to meet those commitments. But the critical thing is for us here in our country, what are the opportunities that are available to us? There are projected impacts, but what then are the opportunities associated with that. In the period between 2021 and 2025, there will be massive investment in renewable energy. I mean, you would have seen the president when he was making his announcement on the energy transition, even encouraging households who can afford to have solar panels to have solar panels in their homes, so that the reliance on the national grid that is under pressure can be managed and it can be reduced. But this doesn't sit there. The president himself, when he was making those remarks, he spoke about solar energy at industrial scale, and and the fact that the Department of Environmental Affairs has now also waived the requirement to apply for an EIA if you want to establish a solar plant. It means us women now, we don't need to have to deal with the red tape. We can have a co-op and establish a solar plant, but the issues of grid stability and transition come into play. So in the immediate time, there's the renewable energy, of course, there's consultation and other businesses that should spring forth, SMMEs and all of that, issues of housing, cleaner transport, and so on. And then there's the period after 2025, between 2025 and 2030, where rapid investment will be taking place in the transmission infrastructure, and even more technologies for power generation and storage in the country. Because we do need reliable and cheaper electricity to promote a sustainable economy and job creation. There is a need for growth in domestic markets for electric vehicles as well. Do we have the infrastructure? You can participate in the establishment of that infrastructure. If I'm driving from Johannesburg to Mthatha and I'm driving an electric vehicle, how many charging stations are there, and what should I be doing while my car is charging? Another opportunity for local stimulation of the economy. And we also need, there is also the period then beyond 2030, which we should be thinking about already now and say, will there be a more affordable and reliable electricity system at that point? And I'm just making electricity as an example, colleagues, because you know that the issues of climate change go beyond electricity. We talk about electricity in South Africa because at this point, it is the biggest generator of the emissions. Of course, Sasol will not be missed in that competition. But there are future mining opportunities that are beginning to emerge, that are going to grow, like platinum, vanadium, copper, cobalt, all of this that will support in the green economy. How many, if you look, for example, at the mining rights, how many are issued to women's organizations in these future mines? I mean, you're talking about livelihoods of small-scale farmers. We need more climate resilient crops, but where and how should all of that be done? And I'm not going to at any point downplay the importance of capacity in government, capacity in the municipalities, provincial governments, to ensure that all of these things that we are talking about in the just transition can be anchored in the proper governance structure, and responses are managed and supported in this regard, the same way other economic imperatives of the country have been supported. And then, I mean, we have also in the document spoken about key policy areas for a just transition. It's a no-brainer, and I'm happy that SANParks is already talking about mainstreaming climate change into gender in the organization. Human resource development and skills. It is very, very critical that we have a country that can have skills. We're talking about a future green sustainable economy. Who's going to work there? Do we have the capacity now for those labor markets that are coming up in the future? Are we going to create sufficient jobs to address our issue, a major issue of unemployment that keeps growing in the Republic? And all other imperatives around what sort of curriculum is needed now to be ready for the future. Of course, what I learned in school is very important, but I don't think if my children were learning the exact same thing, it would be preparing them for the future that is so different from the future that I live in. as a generation from the past. And then there's issues of industrial development, economic diversification, the DTI. What is our industrial plan as South Africa going forward? What sort of new economic clusters will then develop as we deal with those aspects of the new areas? And I just want to say that, I mean, we've seen from the SANParks 2018 paper that the tourism sector generates 418,000 jobs in South Africa. Can we sustain those jobs? And how much can we add to those jobs in the near future as we transition? It's a no-brainer that we need more jobs in the tourism sector. We need data. We need all sorts of things to support that. I mean, improving support for incoming people are going to relocate. I have spoken about migrant labor, especially in the mining communities, but there is also other communities where there is migrant labor. If the opportunities are going to come to the Eastern Cape, for example, how are we going to deal with those issues? Capacity of the municipalities to handle all those things. It's a lot of information that is available in the document to work with. And how, when we talk about social protection measures, while some of the workers and communities may be able to transition into new jobs and industries, others may not be able to. And what then is there to support those communities in their unique situations going forward? And considering the comprehensive social economy reform, those things around what providing social security going forward and ensuring that people in the just transition have transitioned with us. The justice part of the transition is taken off going forward. And then there's the issue that talks about effective governance for a just transition. Of course, while we are still, I mean, I don't need to tell anybody in this country about some of the governance failures that we have experienced. And it's good that we know about them. The question is, what are we doing about them to ensure that going forward in this transition, there is effective governance to ensure that our people are taken care of. National government capacity, sub-national government and municipalities and other social partners will have to play a role in ensuring that the just transition that we have agreed to now. In fact, today it is being tabled to cabinet. The deputy chair, so the PCC adopted the just transition on 27 May in their meeting, and the deputy chair tabled it to the president on the 5th of July, and it is today being presented to the cabinet committee so that cabinet also adopts this transition framework that we have provided for South Africa. And then there's also the issue of collective action. Each one of us in our different spheres have a part to play. We have to engage in this issue of the just transition. There has to be transparency. I mean, there's a slogan that has been framed in this conversation that says, nothing for us without us, which means we have to ensure that communities are taken on board. We have to find better ways to integrate children and the youth in policy making, because, I mean, maybe lucky we are, but some of us may not be there 60 years from now, and the people who will be there running the economy need to know how we got to where we got to. And then there's the critical issue of financing the just transition. It is going to cost money. Estimates are running to the trillions of rands on what is needed for us as a country to transition. There's the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team that's dealing with the political agreement of the US 8.5 billion. That is a good start, but it is nothing in comparison what needs to be invested in South Africa for us to actually achieve the just transition. It will assist us in understanding critical sectors and the types of investments that are provided there. And then when it comes to looking ahead, what is it that we want to be doing as the PCC in this just transition? You've put forward a framework. The next thing that is needed is an implementation plan. All the sectors I've spoken about, what is it that they need to do in order to ensure that they are playing their part? We are going back now to communities again to consult and to make sure that we can agree on an implementation plan. The PCC has also established working groups to deal with the specific issues. We've got a working group in climate change mitigation. We've got in climate finance, we've got in adaptation and monitoring and evaluation. And I'm inviting the SANParks to ensure that you have participants, especially in the climate change adaptation and resilience working group, to ensure that there is representation there, and you can make the implementation plan talk to what you need and what the investments in particular that will be needed for SANParks to transition, as I have indicated. Let me leave it there, Chair. I don't know how many minutes I have taken, but I think if there are questions, I can take them in that next round when you open for questions. But overall, that's what the PCC is doing. That's the legal framework. And I have touched also in the importance of ensuring that women are included in this climate change just transition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Julie. I think that was thank you, Julie. I think that was very inspirational and very insightful. And I certainly have learned a lot more about the Commission than I thought that I knew. And it's quite exciting to see how progressive we are being as a country. And of course, to see the leadership role that women like yourself are playing in that space. So I think that was a really wonderful keynote address, and hopefully will stimulate lots of discussion and questions going forward. If I can just make one point to our the secretariat of the talk. Julie mentioned that the Just Transition Framework document will be made available. Perhaps at some course of the rest of the talk this morning, we can just make that link available in the chat. Otherwise, just tell our attendees where they can get it. It might be easier than trying to follow up with emails afterwards. I'm going to then go to the next member of our panel, who I also think would help to give us perhaps a little bit more of a bird's eye view of the issues around climate change. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Nicola van Breedenkamp. Nicola works for SANParks as the global change scientist and has been since 2010. Her work involves research with policy and management relevance in fields of alien species, climate change, and resource use in our national protected areas. This includes having completed an assessment of the extent and impact of a number of global change drivers on national parks in South Africa. She's currently working on assessing climate change vulnerability for the national parks, as well as researching potential species climate change adaptation options. So Nicola is going to be giving us a little bit more of a bird's eye view, looking at the possibility as our climate keeps changing of extreme events and what we're likely to see or perhaps not see. She's going to be unpacking a few of the climate impacts for us, looking at vulnerabilities around infrastructure in our national parks, and also looking at possibly some of the other impacts that we may see in our national parks. So Nicola, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Julie. That was a massively insightful presentation, and as our Chair has said, very exciting to see what you're actually doing and how far-reaching the consequences of this policy will be. So just to take a step back and look at what is actually happening in South Africa, I think you've touched on a lot of these points, but the overarching thing that we're already experiencing is an increase in temperature. And as you're probably all well aware, when we have an increase in temperature, we get an increase in extreme events. So occurrence of heat waves like Europe is experiencing, we would experience the same kind of heat waves. But along with these heat waves, we're also experiencing variation in our rainfall. And while it's hard to predict exactly, what changes in rainfall we're going to experience, we know that rain is falling differently. So we might have more heavy downpours, and we're also having more floods and droughts, and other rain phenomenon like hailstorms. And obviously all of these things have massive implications for agriculture and food security. And coupled to that, Tuli has mentioned what happens to our disease vectors. So we might see a shift in things like malaria, a shift in tick-borne diseases. And then lastly, also this affects access to clean water. So while drought itself can affect access to clean water, if you've got limited water under hotter conditions, you get growth of bacteria and algal outbreaks, and this has impacts on our potential for crop production, but also for people and women in particular to access clean water. And we know that in our country, we do have massive inequality. This has been touched on, and it's always the poor who are the most vulnerable, and in particular women, because often they are the ones at home with lots of children to care for, or grandparents or other family members. And this puts a massive strain on them if they're needing to walk long distances to get access to clean water, if they have crop failure. So this is a really difficult kind of situation to be in. And we've been looking at vulnerability from a parks perspective. Obviously, there's infrastructure and species and ecological damage, but by and large, the massive unanswered question is what is going to happen to our people? Because if our people suffer, our parks will suffer. And I was really excited to hear some of the steps that are being taken in the strategy. And I think landscape planning is critical. So what I liked from Thuli's presentation was this issue of procedural justice. And I think it's critical to enabling the other forms of justice, distributive and restorative justice. So where are our settlements going to be in relation to the resources that people need and in relation to the predicted changes? And we need to think nationally about how we do this. How do we conserve biodiversity at the same time as ensuring that people are close to the resources they need to be close to, and in areas that are likely to be able to support them? And that could require a massive reshuffling. And I think if one keeps looking in isolation at what's happening in our protected areas versus what's happening to our coal miners versus what's happening to our agriculture, that's where things fall apart. At some point, we need to step back and look at holistic landscape level planning to ensure that we can go forward. I hope that makes sense. I'm happy to answer more questions as the discussions proceed.
Thanks, Nicola. I think that makes huge sense. And I like the way how you touched on the last aspect about planning. And I think we maybe should unpack that a little bit more just now. I don't see any hands up yet. So just a reminder to the attendees, you are welcome to pose questions after each speaker. We can have them right at the end if possible. So let's just keep an eye on those hands. But the next member of the panel I'd like to introduce would be Dr. Momoto Masibelele. Dr. Momoto Masibelele works for South African National Parks as a landscape ecologist and is undertaking research on habitat change, climate change adaptation and mitigation, and land use change in the Cape and Arid Cluster National Parks. Momoto does research into climate change impacts, vulnerability, adaptation, and mitigation of biodiversity, cultural heritage, tourism, and socio-ecological issues in and around our national parks. He holds a PhD in botany and plant biology from the University of Cape Town and has a certificate on climate change and terrestrial ecosystems awarded by the University of Bergen in Norway. He's received a certificate in climate change adaptation from the University of Oxford in the UK. And Dr. Masibelele represents SANParks and various national committees on climate change adaptation and land degradation. So I think Dr. Masibelele is the right person to then perhaps continue in this discussion around the landscape level issues, planning, etc., looking at climate change mitigation and how to climate-proof our parks, reducing climate change contributions, and perhaps also mitigating climate change, but looking at how we can adapt and plan going forward with park planning framework. So Dr. Masibelele or Momoto, it's over to you as our next panelist. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to continue on in terms of issues that Nicola raised and Thuli talked to, one of the critical issues in terms of planning is basically conducting national level biodiversity assessments, and those play a critical role in informing where the future parks are going to be. As SANParks, we have participated in the national determined contributions for the biodiversity sector, specifically in terms of assisting with where vulnerability for biodiversity is and what type of adaptation actions can be put in place. So SANParks has taken, assisted basically the CSIR, who have the lead with the department, asking them to basically develop the biodiversity sector one. And then there were various issues that Thuli basically raised in terms of how women are affected by climate change. So as SANParks, we have had instances where we had programs that looked at community-based adaptation, and some of our parks, specifically in the arid regions, where there's major challenges with drought and sand and dust storms. I think Nicola alluded to some of those issues. We have been able to, include the gender lens into our planning processes. So what we did in that program was to, have what we call Adaptation Champions. So the Adaptation Champions, out of the 10 people who were involved in doing the risk and vulnerability assessment, we had 8 out of the 10 were women. And the pairing was in a way that you have university students who are skilled on climate change adaptation are paired with members of the community who are youth as well, but women, and they were trained in how to conduct this vulnerability assessment. And then based on the information that they collected, we were able to do what we call a local early adaptation plan. So what you do within the plan is to delineate what are the risks, how have the community coped with the risk in the past, and then how do, in instances where there's novel conditions, what do people do basically? And what we found out was that actually members of the communities are actually aware of climate change. They know what it is. They are dealing with it on a daily basis. When they say in the Indigenous people platform of that, Indigenous people are right on the front line of climate change. We picked that up in the programs that we had in terms of, types of activities that headers had to do, women in terms of, collecting water, in terms of food insecurity. They had to start changing the ways in which they would be, farming. So what I want to highlight as well is that partnerships going forward would be critical in terms of how we deal with climate change, whether in terms of how we adapt to climate change in the different sectors, or whether it's tourism within our parks, whether it's our finances. So we have existing partners in all these areas, and if we don't bring them on board, we're gonna have challenges in basically acquisition of the funding. The funding will be there, but what I've picked up sitting in these various committees in government is that ideally you need strong partners that will help you access funding to implement adaptation and mitigation. So in that process, we were able to recommend 2 communities, low hydroponic systems that women in the community would be trained to be able to farm and have vegetables. Some of the critical issues that as a country we're struggling with in terms of sustainable development goals, we would be able to achieve that using this process that I've just mentioned, that's called local early adaptation planning. So it's basically similar to what is prescribed as community-based adaptation planning. So I think I'm going to stop there. I can go on and on, especially on these issues, because I know within what we've been doing in our green energy strategy, we need to give women opportunities when it comes to acquiring renewable energy sources. The plan is there. The implementation through our procurement and all these value chains, we need to be cognizant of what we need to be tracking and monitoring as we go on. The M&E component that Tuli mentioned would be critical as SANParks we implement this gender mainstreaming within climate change. Thank you.
Thanks, Mamoto. So I'm going to come back to you later. So just so that you know what I'm going to come back to you on, I'm going to ask you to unpack a little bit more about what SANParks is actually doing on the ground. So perhaps you can give us your experience in the Rift as well, but maybe you can just give us some actual tangible examples of your community engagements or your park planning processes that you've been involved with. But we'll come back to you on that. So the next person I'm going to come to is Dr. Wendy Foden. Wendy, it's lovely to also have you on our panel this morning. Dr. Foden heads up the Cape Research Centre, which is a committed team of scientists and support staff responsible for conservation research in 6 of the Western Cape's national parks and 3 of the region's marine protected areas. She also leads development of the organization's climate change preparedness strategy, including development or park-level vulnerability assessments, adaptation planning, and ongoing climate change monitoring. Wendy's an associate professor at Stellenbosch University and an honorary research associate at UCT, where she teaches a master's course in conservation leadership. Wendy, over to you. And I believe you're going to be touching a little bit on climate change, the climate change preparedness strategy for SANParks and how women fit in specifically in both mitigation and adaptation measures. And then finally, hopefully, if not now, when we come back to you later, you're going to give us a bit of an overview of the role of women in climate science. Thanks, Wendy.
Thanks, Jolyn. Lovely to be here and to hear the other speakers. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to highlight some of what we're planning in terms of SANParks' climate change preparedness. There are 5 strategic objectives, and I'll go through them very briefly. The first is to understand what impacts we're going to be experiencing. Nicola highlighted some of the drivers, but there'll be impacts, of course, on biodiversity, cultural heritage, on our socioeconomic development of our neighboring communities, on our infrastructure, tourism, and our revenue. So each of those really, each division needs to understand our vulnerability, and then the next step is developing adaptation plans related to that. So those, of course, are at park levels, and we've started to work on those already. We have, I think, 5 of them already in place, or in prep. Also, Mortal mentioned shifting of locations and expansion of parks to put them in places that are the most suitable. But what about things like our infrastructure that's in the wrong place, that's too close to the coast or to estuaries? What about our revenue models? How much is that going to cost to replace our infrastructure, move things? And what about our tourism offerings? Can they adapt? How are they going to be impacted? So really a lot of interacting adaptation plans needed, and quite a lot of thinking required. One of the opportunities we have, of course, is to mitigate. So how as an organization can we reduce our carbon footprint? And Morto and Paulina Pope have developed a report on our carbon footprint, which is very useful. But also within our parks, we can help to take up carbon. And this is where it brings me on to helping our neighbors. That's the 4th strategic objective. And of course, we work with people in the buffer zones around our parks. But Tuli mentioned that climate change brings some opportunities, some great opportunities to us. And one of those is around nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches. So to outline those are things where, for example, we augment the ecosystem services coming from our park, and that helps people to be more resilient to climate change. So, for example, if our teams go and remove invasive species in water catchments, it releases water that obviously is important for climate change. It also provides a lot of jobs, and those jobs, those processes can be gender responsive. Other examples would be our Working for Wetlands programs that help to repair wetlands, again, around both carbon storage and water availability. And also land use changes can help to capture carbon in soil and mitigate. So these nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches are really important. And of course, we already have our biodiversity social programs in place, things like Working for Water, Working for Wetlands and Ecosystems. So we are well poised, extremely well poised to take advantage of the space of nature-based solutions and really building resilience in communities. And there's been quite a bit of work in this area of how to make this gender responsive. And that's less about the actions themselves than more about how they're planned and implemented. And there are really 4 key things. You need specific training on by gender experts on how to empower women and enable women to operate in these spaces. Gender equitable governance of these processes and of the natural resources. Similarly, implementation, and fourthly, monitoring. Women need to be brought into all of these processes in a very intentional way. And I think this is not something that one can just think up. We need experts. This is really particular ways in which it needs to be done very intentionally. So I think that I'll stop there and come back to the women in science a little later. So I'll move on to my communities. I've got the fifth of our strategic objectives, which is around communication. And of course, we have so many millions of visitors passing through our parks, and that provides opportunities for education on climate change, what everybody can do about it, also on gender issues like gender-based violence and gender equity, and of course, the overlap, the interactions between all of these. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. That was great. So I think, yeah, we'll definitely come back to the woman in science a little bit later. So our next panel member is Hilda Mutamunya. And Hilda, I'm sure, is not a stranger to many of the people online. Hilda has been employed as resource economist by Environmental Affairs since just after the elections in 1994. She has served as an economics lecturer for both Vista University and Tshwane University of Technology, and was CEO of Masakong Management. She's presently a senior manager at Enterprise and Supply Development within the Socio-Economic Transformation Division at SANParks, which is leading the way with the development of beneficiaries of the Land Claims Beneficiation Scheme, with a special focus on development of women entrepreneurs. So Hilda's going to lead our conversation, delving a little bit deeper again into the space around the role of women and entrepreneurs, and with a focus on the women beneficiaries in the land claim negotiations with SANParks and our neighbouring communities. Hilda, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have my camera with me, so most of you knows me, so you don't have to see my face. Where we're coming from, I'm very happy that I don't even want to say a 360-degree turnaround time for us to talk about climate change in South Africa and its impact. We started this thing a long time ago in 1997 when we were still with Valley. We developed this together with World Bank and then as well as DTI when we were doing Kyoto Protocol objectives. So now we come back again and say, what is it that we're doing right and what is it that we're doing wrong? So where we didn't take a cue since 1997, and then we waited for serious climate change issues to impact on us. Tuli spoke about areas of impact. Before I can talk about what is it that we're doing from SANParks' point of view. The climate change issue has a serious impact on our communities bordering the parks. It has an impact on job opportunities, job creation, water and sanitation as one of the key issues if you go to your sustainable development goals. And then also health-related issues as well as inequalities. It's still part of the SDGs, food security. And also we need to understand what is it that climate change does in relation to education, especially for those who are neighboring our parks. And then how are we as SANParks making sure that science becomes as simple as possible, or how do we make science as simple for communities to understand that? And then we also talk about what we normally call in economics tragedy of the commons. And then tragedy of the commons is that we spoke about water utilization and water utilization within climate change, where as SANParks will be saying, we're going to ensure that our water service, our animals and then communities don't have water. Point in time, we had a problem in Kruger where during 2016, we had a serious drought, and then we had a serious community backlash with water utilization within Sabi River. So now we need to understand when we do these strategies, what is it that we want to ensure that communities understand, but also improve their sustainable livelihood? And then also for them to understand, to take the information back to themselves or to their own benefactors and ensuring that they can do what science tells them to do. For now, we don't have, I don't think we have a situation where we're teaching communities about they don't have to chop the trees, and then what are the impact of chopping the trees, because they don't have anything to do fire, and then they will rely on our natural resources to provide whatever that they need. Also, in relation to if you look at food security and the climate change impact, and the parks itself, where we're providing meat as well as other natural resources, especially from flora. If now we've got a drought, we're not going to be able to provide meat to these communities. So let's go back to what we try to do as a socio-economic transformation unit, especially when it comes to enterprise development. In Kruger, we've got 40 women under construction that are involved in construction. And then we just enable them to go through coaching and mentoring under construction. And then they will be part of the job fund program, where we're doing retrofitting, we're doing green building, and then they will be involved in those construction opportunities. What we're doing in Table Mountain, we're trying to have what we call a youth hub. And the youth hub, we're going to ensure that we're going to take graduates from universities that are specializing in engineering. And then we're looking at the opportunities of producing or manufacturing electric cars in partnership with Ford. And then around Kruger, we're looking at other natural resource-based opportunities, especially in relation to retrofitting of our green energy, but also green buildings, because we're trying to change from the status quo building to green building opportunities. And we're going to involve women there. And then the one in Table Mountain, it's youth women-led. And then we're providing their coaching and mentoring to ensure that what we want from them can be implemented. Let's look at health-related issues and then what the park can offer. If we not get up to say that our natural resources, especially from flora, can or it's providing health-related products or resources to communities, and they need to understand the importance of these flora resources, that will improve on their health-related impact. And Tuli spoke about malaria. Yes, we around Kruger, we will do spraying together with Department of Health. But the issue is we do that, but we are not informing communities the importance of us coming in and spray, and the importance of malaria to work on malaria-related health issues. So we need to come back or to work together as SANParks, science and socio-economic transformation to look at the strategies that we're developing and the impact of our strategies in relation to community development and also in relation to enterprise development, because communities that are starting to enter into tourism-related or tourism infrastructure development as well as product development, they will be impacted in relation to climate change issues. And then what do we do? So we need to be proactive. And then I was looking at ESCOM yesterday, talking about the mines that are going to change from coal mining to other energy efficiency opportunities. And then Mr. Director spoke about upskilling and reskilling the labor force that is in that coal mining. So we also need to look at how do we upskill and reskill our own human resource, but also ensuring that we upskill and reskill communities around the national parks so that they can understand the importance of the park and also the resources that are provided to them by the park, let alone the opportunities that are provided by the park. And also using the park as a springboard for economic development and also for just transitioning economy, let alone for rural economic development or rural transformation economic model. So we come back and say, within all these things, because we also need to look at our multilateral agreements and bilateral agreements, And how does those things impact on what we're trying to do in relation to climate change issues? And we are still fortunate because we haven't experienced what KwaZulu-Natal has experienced, except that in 2014 we experienced a flooding around Kruger towards the northern Inshingwezi. It had a serious social impact because people lost their goods there, and then it has also an impact on job opportunities and economic opportunities. So I would like us, as we go through this thing, and we're talking about climate change and restorative justice, and also ensuring that we've got social, economic, as well as environment. How do they come together? But how does communities ensure that they understand this for the better, their livelihood, but also ensuring that we build capacity, we build human resource in these communities. Now we're talking about land claimant communities in our parks. And then we also acknowledge that our parks are in the most rural areas where there's high level of unemployment, high level of poverty, high level of inequality, and all these things are impacted on women. So what is it that we need to do to ensure that our women folk outside the parks will assist government to reduce these triple challenges? It's only through information as well as opportunities that will make them better women, that will reduce patriarchy, that will ensure that they can participate on opportunities that will provide it through climate change opportunities. So from that point, when we look at land claimant issues, there are a lot of women there are a lot of young people. So it's a matter of us saying that, looking at all the challenges that are facing government, it's war, it's climate change, it's everything. How do we talk about that? Or how do we ensure that these communities understand these international problems, and they understand that, but also us as scientific as well as human resource from SANParks can relay the message, but also saying to these communities, we are with you, we walk in the road with you, we understand your pain, we're going to make your life better by providing the necessary information, necessary resources, and also looking at possible finances that will ensure that they participate in economic opportunities. So I will leave that chairperson, and then we'll keep on talking about these things that are closer to my heart. But I'm happy that Thuli and Vali are taking this thing forward, and then also understanding that we started this thing way back in 1997. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. That was really, I enjoyed the aspects of the sort of the real life examples that you gave us of some of these communities and the daily struggles that they've got and what SANParks is doing to assist them. And that's really where I'd like to go with the second part of the seminar. I will come back to the women in science issue, but perhaps with this webinar now, we can try and look at a lot more concrete examples of perhaps what SANParks is already doing, but also gaps where SANParks needs to go to in the future, and what SANParks could do to make both a more climate resilient national parks, but also in terms of empowering women to take leadership role in making our parks resilient. I was thinking of targeting questions to the panel, but I'm happy to just see who actually wants to respond to them. Otherwise, I have got some questions I'll target to them. But I think I'm probably going to start with suggesting that either Moto or maybe Nicola takes this one. But I would like to just talk a little bit more now about some of the gaps, perhaps, in SANParks' climate strategies, and speaking specifically to the roles, perhaps, that women could take in driving them, whether that's current existing women that are in leadership or scientific or management positions in SANParks, or perhaps gaps that need to be filled going forward. So also looking at perhaps some of the skills gaps that we've got in that space. Not specific around the women in science, I'm talking more about, park adaptation plans and trying to deal with some of the challenges that we may have at the national parks management level. Who wants to take that? My suggestions was either Nicola or Moto, but I'm open to any panelist.
Thanks. I'll give a go for a start, and then maybe Moto and Wendy can take over from me. So I think, I mean, we discussed a little bit before the seminar started around gaps that we might have in terms of addressing gender in our climate change strategies. And I think it's not for lack of wanting to address gender issues. I think part of the problem is data availability. A lot of our aggregated social information on poverty, on vulnerability that we receive or that has already been collated hasn't necessarily looked at impacts differentially, although that is changing. So the data are there. I think the challenges have been for us trying to combine what we have historically been doing, looking at what's happening to plants and animals with what's happening more on a landscape level and how people and parks integrate. And yeah, I think Morto's work has been really great in starting to do this. So I think maybe he can talk to that some more.
Morto, you happy to take the mic?
Yeah, I think Nicola has covered most of the issues, but I see one issue that kind of is popping up. It's on, what type of science do we need around our national parks? I mean, we need all science, but for communities, definitely, social science is important. The work that we've been doing with our partners really is critical in getting us, moving in terms of improving people's livelihoods and really looking at this as sustainable development goals around our parks and saying, what's the situation? Where are we? And where do we need to be, going forward in terms of, really improving resilience around some of those challenges.
Thanks, Morto. Can I just jump in with one more thing? I just wanted to say that I think one of the other areas where we really could do better work is better science communication. And I think this meeting today is one of the starts of many conversations. And we've really been trying to engage with parks and understand their experiences on the ground, as well as trying to understand things from a scientific perspective. But I think one of the challenges faced by our public is lack of access to accurate information. And science is often a slow process, and we're not ready to give out results that aren't perfect. And I think just being able to provide information that is readily digestible to our staff members and then also to the more general public to be used in education programs. I think one of the key challenges facing women in the landscape is lack of access to information and lack of networks of support. So better collaboration and discussion around these issues like we're doing today is really important.
Thank you, Nicola. Yes, I agree. I think conversations shouldn't just take place at, during commemorative months, but certainly when it comes to climate change, we should be having these conversations on an ongoing basis. I have had 2 questions posed in the chat by Peter Gordon. Peter, if you're able to unmute yourself, I would appreciate it if you post those comments and questions to the panel and then see who would like to respond to you. Peter, are you able to unmute? I'm not sure.
Okay, I've got it now. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Somehow you gave me the option to unmute. I didn't have it before. Hi,
Perfect.
colleagues. You all know me. Peter Gordon is also Paddy Gordon Yolan. I've been around for a while, and they know all my fears and concerns about climate change. Let me just start by saying that during COVID and during lockdown, we learned a lot of lessons that had nothing to do with COVID. But they came to the fore, and it was my observation in many places that people say, or they'll describe problems and situations that existed or arose because of COVID. And when you had a good look at it, you actually find that actually it wasn't caused by COVID. There were things that were wrong long before the time, but they were exacerbated or they were highlighted during COVID conditions. And my observation and my fear is that this is going to be very much the same with climate change. Poverty and food security is not a new problem. They're old existing problems that are only simply going to get a lot worse with climate change impacts around that. So my concern is that I'm not a social scientist, but you will invariably find that the very same things that people that are stuck in poverty, the things and patterns and processes and the daily things they go through to survive for their day, they are exactly the same patterns and processes that are keeping them trapped in that cycle of poverty. So to teach them the science of climate change is like telling me what the new Webb telescope saw on Mars. It means nothing to me. It's not going to change my lifestyle. We're going to need to understand, unpack what are those cycles of poverty and redesign things. And it's not just always a simple matter of money. Redesign things like Dr. Moto was saying, hydroponics and things like that, that are going to get them to break that cycle of poverty to survive with maybe new vegetables, new strains of cattle and goats, new sources of water. And we didn't say that clearly today, but in general, your climate change scientists are all saying that our national parks are going to be quite resilient to the impacts of climate change, but the communities next to us are not. So if we already are seen as this grass is coming out of my ears and fat animals walking around and clean water is flowing in all directions, whereas just across the border, exactly the opposite is taking place, that difference is going to get 10 times to 100 times worse. So it is in our own interest, but also our responsibility to reach out. And I'm just saying, my feeling sometimes, our understanding of the science of climate change should lead us to our understanding of the social structures, mechanisms that are keeping people in poverty, and that our intervention should be at that place. That's a long one. Thanks, Yolan.
Penny, thank you for raising that. Did any of the panel members want to respond to that? Hilda, perhaps from a community perspective, do you want to take this one? I'm not seeing any volunteers from the floor. So while our panelists just consider that, there you go, Hilda, you've unmuted.
Okay, yeah, I was struggling. Peter has hit the nail on the head. Yes, that's why I said science needs to enable us to do proper community development. And also science needs to look at relevant technologies. I made reference to when we started in 1997, we also involved trade and industry. And then we also had discussion with WTO because climate change will also not even food security locally, but food security internationally due to our international agreements. We've seen that through Ukraine now. So now we need to also be proactive as possible to say that should we have anything that will impact on our national productivity, what are the things that we can do that enable resilience, that also enable productivity, and also ensuring that we can meet our own national production needs. So now science should look at all these things and all these strategies that will start to inform other socioeconomic development initiatives and also make communities more participating within economic development issues. And what are those things that we can learn from? So it's not just science for the sake of science. It's science informing technology, science informing productivity, science informing manufacturing, but also improving the livelihood of poor people and also ensuring that they can also transition from where they are to where the country wants to be, because we can only talk about growth if this community is participating within the economy. So that if they are not participating, our GDP will forever be at its lowest, because your GDP is being improved through human resource. And if your human resource, or you've got the skilled, highly skilled labor force, then our GDP will go to 6%. But we cannot talk about GDP, improving the GDP, if our illiteracy level is very high. And wherever the national parks are, literacy level or illiteracy is very high. We've got socioeconomic challenges that makes these people not to participate. So we need to look back and say, what are the things that will make SANParks or the parks to tick, but also the parks being seen as contributors to economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. I think that was a very comprehensive response. I appreciate that. I see we've got a hand up from Dr. Diba. Dr. Lutando Diba, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. I wasn't sent your bio, and I don't want to get it all wrong, even though I think I know you pretty well. Dr. Diba, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Lutando Diba. I'm the Managing Executive for Conservation. I think I wanted to touch on two things. One, perhaps a comment on some of the points that have been raised by Perry. To say perhaps that we probably need to, especially when we think about climate science, think about much broader field than just the physics of climate change, or some of the more biophysical aspects of it. It's one of the areas that actually has shown its much broader social ecological impacts in ways that have perhaps brought it much closer to communities than any other of the sciences that we normally either do or talk about. I mean, for instance, as soon as the floods hit South Africa, at scales we had never seen before, there was a broader national debate about the impacts of climate change, for instance, and also how to build climate resilient infrastructure, where to locate infrastructure away from areas that are vulnerable, for instance, to floods. And these are things that are spanning into planning, into socioeconomic development, into broader fields than just the biophysical fields that deal with the science of climate change. Similarly, when we're dealing with droughts in parts of the Cape, we were dealing with issues that impact quite directly on people, and as a result, you cannot really study climate and many of the disciplines that we study without linking them directly to people, and that is why we tend to talk more about national parks and the communities surrounding national parks as complex as complex adaptive social ecological systems, because we are appreciating the links between the ecological and social systems here, and the complexity and the adaptiveness of these systems. That's a discussion for another day. I think also, if you look in Europe, when you had the droughts and the heat waves, there was immediate response that basically linked what is happening there to climate change. We see the fires, we see the droughts, we see areas with flooding. So all over the world, there is a very clear response to the fact that climate change is no longer just a domain of climate scientists, just doing their interesting work, in labs far away from where our reality is. So I think our view of where communities fit in within this broader complex issue needs to be taken within that context. And I think what I take from both your argument and Hilda's inputs is that we're needing to find ways of basically ensuring that there's an awareness about the work we're doing, and we also reach out to basically the communities around us, not just with socio-economic development projects, but also with regards to the science that we do, and in trying to understand how those communities are going to be impacted by climate change, for instance, or a number of other impacts for being neighbors to national parks. We must acknowledge though, that currently, every area, we are struggling with resources to build up capacity to address a broader set of areas of interest for our understanding of natural phenomena and how it interfaces with people both within and around protected areas. I wanted to come to a second point I wanted to make, which was really a celebration of women in science in South African national parks. And this is something that, if you look at some of our leading scientists, especially on climate change, it's something that to marvel at, to see that, women are leading the charge in that respect. And I know that Wendy later is going to add some stats on that. But I think what I wanted to allude to is the fact that, we have a lot of very negative stats or stats that is unacceptable generally globally when it comes to the role of women in science, and which, for instance, during the International Day of Women and Girls in Science this year in February, the UN shared stats that was quite, concerning that, for instance, women are typically given smaller research grants than their male colleagues. And while they represent 33% of all researchers, only 12% of members of national science academies are women. And in cutting-edge fields such as artificial intelligence, only 1 in 5 professionals is a woman. And despite a shortage of skills in most technological fields that are driving the 4th industrial revolution, women still account for only 28% of engineering graduates and 40% of graduates in computer science and informatics. And female researchers tend to have shorter and less well-paid careers, and their work is underrepresented in high-profile journals, and they're often passed up over for promotion. And I think I want to reflect on the fact that in SANParks, we tend to do much better than the global averages in all aspects. For instance, of the 7 general managers in conservation services, 4 are women. I think a few months ago, before one of the GMs left, 5 out of the 7 were women. And I think this is something that I need to emphasize is not based on favors that are being done to these women. These are women who are competent and deliver at the highest level in their own right. And this is something that, as an organization, we are quite privileged to have and must continue to treasure and protect, and must continue to develop ways to actually ensure that we don't allow stereotypes that undermine women in science and women in conservation in general, actually. During a talk in Korea a few years ago, I think it was around 2017, if I'm not mistaken, 2015, a Nobel laureate by the name of Tim Hunt, spoke at a conference, and one of the comments he made, at the conference of, it was a World Conference of Science Journalists in South Korea, was something that is now called the trouble with girls. And he made a very stereotypical comment, which, we want to make sure such stereotypes don't thrive or exist in our organization. He says, I quote, "Let me tell you the trouble about, let me tell you about my trouble with girls." That is what he started his conversation with. 3 things happen when they're in the lab. You fall in love with them, they fall in love with you, and when you criticize them, they cry. And then he later claimed that his comments were taken out of context. But I think it is important to state that, women in the workplace are not here, to fall in love with. They're not here to trivialize, their contribution in the organization by just seeing them as, objects of whatever nature. And also, I think organizations that are not sensitive to the contribution of women fail to really deepen both diversity, equity, and really inclusion in the workplace. And I think SANParks will do itself a favor, and we are doing that ourselves a favor by ensuring that women's contribution is adequately acknowledged and appreciated in the workplace. There are many areas, for instance, we have an acting, we have a board chairperson who's a woman, we have an acting CEO who's a woman, we have a chief ranger who's a woman. As I mentioned, a number of our GMs in various divisions are women, and these are things that must become normal in the organization, and we must not allow a situation where women feel marginalized in this day and age. So, Chair, I want to stop there, but really appreciate the opportunity that we have to reflect on these issues on this day. Thank you.
Thanks, Lutando. And I think you raised some really important points. I think it's all very well to speak with a woman's voice, but we need to hear through men's voices their perception of women empowerment and the role of women in science and their ability to see the need for women empowerment through men's eyes. So I think those are very, very important points. I've got hands up from Lisa and Wendy, so I'll give you guys each a few minutes to make your points. And then I do have one or two questions for the other panelists, and particularly I'm going to circle back to Thuli. So just don't go anywhere just yet. We do have a few more questions. But Lisa, you first, and then followed by Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. I actually want to introduce a question more for discussion than a real input. I think we have had very interesting discussions, and I think when we talk about communities, we know that due to the migration for labor aspects, the majority of our communities are actually women-led or even child-led or led by the elderly in the areas around our parks.
I know.
Lisa, we seem to have lost you. Is it just Lisa we lost?
It seems like it's only her.
Okay, so while we try and reconnect with Lisa, Wendy, if you've still got connectivity, can we go to you and we'll see if we can try and get Lisa back?
Yeah, sure. So I just want
Great.
to follow a little on Lutando's comments, which I thought were very pertinent. He mentioned I had some stats. So globally, 33% of researchers are women, but in SANParks, out of our 42 scientists, 61% are women. In Europe, only of senior research roles, only 11% are filled by women. But in SANParks, it's again the majority. I haven't gone into it in detail, but for example, 3 of our 4 node heads are women. I wanted to just share a little of my own experience. I spent 7 years living in the UK, primarily in Cambridge, associated with working there and also in a fellowship at the university. And there it was incredibly gender skewed. It's an 800-year-old institution that's heavily patriarchal, and you really feel it. We had to, within the conservation circles, have our own women in conservation group. It was kind of a bit of a support group to try and push ourselves forward. And often you'd find at any meeting, you'd have a tiny little group of women who would hang together sort of on the side. If there was ever a meeting, it would always be a male who would ask the first questions. You just watch that and it never varied. So it's really a confidence issue. And then when I came back to South Africa, with our long employment equity strategy, we have this wonderfully refreshing world with many more females. So for example, in the Cape Research Centre, we have 10 scientists and only 1 of them is male. We were asked to highlight some women doing male roles, and we looked at each other and we're like, what is that? We don't have any of those male roles. And I think that is one of the things that was happening in Cambridge, is that you had traditionally roles that had always been held by men. So one perceived that those masculine traits were the ones that were needed to do the job properly. But if you did put a female in, often the job could be done extremely effectively, just in a very different way, with a different outcome, often in a more collaborative way. So yeah, basically, it made me think of Sheryl Sandberg, who wrote this fabulous book called Lean In, which is really about women in the workplace, and how often we unintentionally hold ourselves back by stepping back, by not being courageous and stepping into these often difficult situations where women are marginalized, but that we need to lean in. We need to take those risks to break these stereotypes and to encourage us to do that. And she ends by saying, in the future, I hope there are no women leaders. We just want leaders. Thanks.
I love that, Wendy. I think, I've always said the measure of success of a campaign or anything is when you no longer need it. The success of NGOs is when the world doesn't need us anymore. The success of Women's Month is when we don't need it anymore. So you're absolutely right. That should be what we're aiming for. Lisa is back, and I know she wants to continue talking a little bit about impact. So Lisa, back to you.
Thank you very much, and my my apologies for that. Yes, Chair and colleagues, I think for me, one of the things that we need to be very cognizant about is that I think it was approximately 50% of our employees, if not more, are falling within the low income category and are therefore very much within the classification of those that are vulnerable, and also are about 50% represented by women. Are women in our employment, specifically in parks, and these women have very close link with the local communities. They either still stay in the communities or they have a second home within the communities around them. These women are also in their lives at home exposed to the same issues around energy security, etc., in spite of the fact that they have an income, even though it might be small. I think if we could explore how do we actually both improve the resilience of our own vulnerable women in our employment, but at the same time also empower them to empower women in the communities in which they live and which they have links with. I think that is an opportunity that is something that we need to look at in terms of gender mainstreaming amongst our employees, the wellness, the after retirement life and sustainability thereof, as well as the link back to the community. On another webinar, we're talking a little bit about how well we are doing as SANParks generally about women empowerment. And yes, there are areas that we are doing well in and that we should celebrate, but we should also not be blind to the fact that we are not really where we should be in other areas. And I can't agree more with what Wendy is saying, is that, and the first female high judge in the US said the exact same thing, is only when we no longer talk about quotas. Only when we no longer talk about quotas would we know that we have succeeded in women empowerment. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. I completely agree with that. So thank you for that. So Chidi, I'm going to come back to you. There was a question I noted down while you were speaking. And I think that it goes to the heart of what a lot of our panelists have spoken to about consulting with, speaking to, engaging with, communicating to communities. And I find that it's been quite one directional. So I'm quite interested to know, when you spoke about the Just Transition consultative process, you spoke about engaging with those communities. And I'd like to see if it's possible. It might be a tricky question to answer, but I'd like to find out a little bit about what are those communities saying back to us? What are they saying, and what are the voices that perhaps they're expressing? albeit that perhaps they don't understand the science and they need to be informed by us. But I'm very keen to understand a little bit about the two-way street and what is the community, what are the communities and the women in these communities saying back to us? And perhaps shortly after you've spoken, maybe Hilda, you also want to come in here with that answer, just so that we can understand, albeit that they're not reflecting the science and the knowledge we have, I'm sure they have voices that they're reflecting back to us. So Julie, over to you, and then maybe Hilda
Thank
wants
you.
to come.
Yes, of course, when you get to communities, colleagues, I must be honest with you, the first thing that you are going to discuss is the lack of service delivery. They start there. Communities start with the poor service delivery, and you spend quite a lot of time on that. The next issue that comes out very strongly when you engage with communities is their understanding of climate change and how it will affect their livelihoods. They have an understanding. They already speak about some of the observed impacts that they have seen in their different areas. Then they ask the question about, but this transition, how does it take us on board? These are our issues as communities, and how is this transition going to address those issues? So they're very much aware of what the issues are. They don't speak about, well, some of them, because there are people who understand the science in some of the communities, but broadly, they don't speak about the science of climate change, which is what we do. They speak about community issues and what it will mean for them if the transition is just. What are the measures that they want to see in place if we're going to say they have been taken on board? They want transparency in the decision-making processes, and they want to be included as decision makers too in the decisions that affect their lives going forward. One of the things that we've done in the PCC is we ensure that when we go to those communities, we have the conversation in the local language. So we get people who are going to interpret to us because not all of us in the team understand the same languages. So we in that way, we don't narrow the conversation to only people who can speak English. We have everybody who is available in the meeting at the time, and we broadcast the meetings in local radio stations so that people are aware that we'll be here on this day. It is a very, very enriched conversation, and South Africans are powerful enough to put forward what they expect, to put forward what they want to see. And as I speak to you, they're waiting for us to come back. You say, okay, you took our inputs, you created a document, you took it to cabinet, what's next? And how do we participate in solving the problems that affect us as communities? So it's and obviously you would understand there are different issues in different communities. For the coal-based type of consultations, everybody's asking about coal. How are we going to then survive? Is this going to be a ghost town? That type of thing. And when you go to other areas where there is probably like Kolobeni, there was a exploration for gas in the ocean, and they're asking, but you've just given us licenses to fish. Now we are doing gas exploration here. What happens to what our newly approved, sort of support for the livelihood? So there are live issues that keep coming forth from communities that are shaping the conversation about climate change, that are making sure that going forward, communities are not being told about what has happened and what is going to happen. They've been part of the conversation. Of course, the unions are in the conversation too, acknowledging that the transition has started and asking the question, how does it take us on board? We, the coal miners now, the people whose livelihoods depend entirely in the coal value chain, it's not only the miners. What does it mean for us, and how are we going to transition into this green, future low carbon economy? I hope I've answered your question, Yolan, but I'm just, trying to explain the richness of the conversation with the community that is not narrowed to science, that is brought to at the grounds, level. This is me as Tuli, this is my livelihood. What are you saying, and how does it affect me in my livelihood going forward? And how am I going to participate in this future low carbon economy that we're talking about? It's a very vibrant conversation. Thank you.
Julie, it does. And I would like us in the last sort of 10 minutes as we're wrapping up, and I will open the floor to the rest of the panel, because I'd really like to focus on that. I'd like to bring it down to the real live stories of the women out there that are by far the majority in this country. I think sometimes we tend to get lost in language and certainly the climate change space is full of jargon. And we talk about adaptation and preparedness strategies, and we talk about, you know, the just transition, and we talk about sector resilience. And I think all of this is very important, but only for a very small sliver of the population. I think the voices of the women and the girl children are, you know, out there that are living this every day are really important. So I'd like to bring us back to that in the last 10 minutes, and I'm going to open the floor to any of the panelists. But perhaps you can maybe try and reflect back on the plans and the strategies that we have in place, but how we as SANParks see ourselves making a tangible impact on the daily lives of the women in our communities, both inside the parks and around the parks, and also how, you know, perhaps our shortcomings. And there's one other question I want to ask, and I'm happy to open this to anyone else in the panel. But while we're talking about communities, I also want to just unpack a little bit about our role and responsibilities to our guests. You know, SANParks is home to many, many thousands of tourists every single year, and we're encouraging that number to increase. What is the role and responsibility, perhaps, of SANParks of communicating and also mitigating some of the risks that climate change poses to our guests? As a third element, we've spoken about our community beneficiaries. We speak a lot about our staff and our women and scientists and our employees, but our guests are a very, very important community component. And what is our role and our responsibilities to those guests going forward to make sure that the number of guests enjoying our parks increase, but perhaps in a climate uncertain future? So any of the things I've just mentioned, which of the panelists that perhaps would like to pick up on those points?
Maybe to, sorry, Chair. Maybe to talk to what Tulu was talking about, what our community is saying. Remember, these communities, they are scientists in their own rights. They've got indigenous knowledge. The only difference is they are not putting it in English. But when you sit down with them, I'll make example with COVID-19. They were saying to us, you know, you expect us to wash our hands, to do whatever that COVID expects us to do. How do we wash our hands if we don't have water? The only water that we have needs to make sure that it supports our livelihood. And these are the things that we take for granted as government officials. That we come up with this high-level language, and then we make them feel that they are inferior. But also, if you look at science, for Moto or for Wendy or for Nicole, they will also go to the lowest level for them to gather the information that will impact on them. So now we need to acknowledge that they've got indigenous knowledge. They know what is expected. They know what they can do to also protect themselves, especially when it comes to climate change. They know exactly how to protect their crops, how to do. But from science, we will then expect science to do trend analysis for them to say, if you're looking at KwaZulu-Natal, your environmental impact assessment will be saying it's 50,000 or 50,000 to 100,000 levels. And then that thing doesn't hold water anymore when it comes to planning. So we need to be proactive on everything that will impact on communities, let alone on planning. So you come back and say, how then do we ensure that communities can participate in Moto's findings, in Nicola findings, and it's to go to the lowest level, understand them. When you do what is this public participation, and then you look at a World Bank analysis, you go to the lowest level, you sit with them under the tree, they will tell you the stories, and then you take that put it into your scientific language. But they've got the language, and then they can even improve on our findings. And the other thing that we also need to do, Yolanda, is that science should also be intentional. And also from socioeconomic development, for Moto to come around Kruger, he needs to sit down with us and say, we will give him the information in relation to IDP. What are the issues around Kruger? What are the issues around our parks? And now, how does science help us to address those issues? And remember, we are an institution with a massive technical know-how, research and otherwise. So you are also bridging the gap between us and the local municipality, us and the provinces through this information that we have. So how do we ensure that we're going to build capacity in your municipalities, build capacity in the provinces? So it's those integrated approach that we need to recognize, but also understanding that there's limited human resource in municipalities, in provinces, and use what we have to improve the economy, the local economy, and enhance it. Thank you.
So, Moto, I think that was an invitation from Hilda, and I think you should grab it with both hands. I think you need to, if you haven't already, and I'm assuming you have many times, but I think it was another invitation to go to the park and engage with the communities and the land claimants and the beneficiaries. And I think that cross-pollination of science, community, the policy making is so important. I think if nothing else, climate change is teaching us that we need a very, very integrated approach to communicating. Hapilwe, I was going to hand over to you in the last 4 minutes anyway, so I was going to suggest that perhaps before you close, as also our head of tourism in another lifetime, possibly the question around roles and responsibility for our guests does fall probably squarely within your ambit. So I was going to ask you to answer that and then perhaps close at the same time. I don't know if that's what you want to do or if you want to answer something else. If it's something else, maybe do that. Otherwise, perhaps let's do that. I'll allow you to answer that question perhaps at the end. And I see Nicholas posted in the chat that there are, considering the impacts of guests in our climate change vulnerability assessments. Yes, I absolutely understand that. I'm looking for now bridging that. So how that comes across in how we operationalize that, that's the question. So I will allow Hapilwe to do that as part of her closing. But before we do that, I just want to do a quick snapshot of our panelists. If there's anything that the panelists have thought of perhaps that they would like to add, this is the last chance to go around the room. I think we've heard from most of you at least 2 or 3 times, but there might be other points that you want to raise in closing. I'm looking for hands, and I'm looking also for Wendy, your hand. And if there are any of our guests online that want to raise anything, this is your last chance. We'll do that. Wendy, we'll do any other last hands, and then I'll hand over to Hapilwe. Wendy?
Thanks, Yolanda. Right, a quick one. I was just put into the chat the term indigenuity. Hilda's absolutely right. And there are many solutions that are not out there in the scientific literature that are waiting. We really, as you mentioned, the lowest levels, I'm not sure they're the lowest and not the highest. Opportunity to really help people, nature-based solutions. That's a huge one with massive money coming in internationally. We're not at SANParks tapping into it yet, and we need to get ourselves in gear. It can help our organization. It can certainly help the communities around us. And lastly, a stitch in time. We need to get moving now. The massive damages from extreme events, from everything that's coming, if we're preemptive, it will save us a lot of trouble, money, and safety of our staff and our visitors. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Wendy. Right, Hapilwe, are you ready to answer all the questions that you feel lie within your mandate, and then possibly same times to close for us? Thank you.
Yes, let me combine them, see the extent to which I can also answer the questions. I've been taking notes feverishly throughout the last 2 hours. Is it 2 hours? And I had to remind myself that mine is to do a closing, a very short closing of this meeting and not to make a speech. But the conversation has been so robust and so engaging. I've been stopping myself from asking questions because I also did not want to hog the floor. So my closing comments are a little bit long, but not too long. But please indulge me. So firstly, I need to thank our panelists. Tuli Kumalo, we are very honored that you came and represented the Presidential Climate Commission at SANParks, and you've given us so much insight into the challenges that we face nationally. And most importantly, before we forget, because I don't want this to fall through the cracks, is that we need Lutando and Wendy, as well as Nicola, to recall that Julie has invited us to be a member of the Climate Change and Resilience Working Group. So if we could please follow up on that, I think our voice will be very weighty and very, very necessary. So thank you, Julie Kumalo. I hope very soon we can meet you in person, because I don't think that these, as other people have said, are conversations that should be isolated to Women's Month or to specific periods in the year. I think we have to keep ongoing conversations going right through the organization about pertinent matters. And I'll come back to the issue of ongoing conversations. Nicola, my colleagues, my scientific colleagues, Nicola, Moto, Wendy, thank you very much. Without you, we wouldn't have had such an interesting engagement, an insightful engagement of this nature. It's always a pleasure listening to you. Says Hilda, amazing. We have learned so much in terms of the nexus between socioeconomic development, communities, and the issue of climate change. Some of these things are taken for granted, perhaps by yourselves as scientists, but for us as lay people, these are things that are not typically top of mind. And Lutando, of course, and thank you. You made very powerful comments as well about women in science, and we thank you and welcome those points that you made. Also noting that scientific services, or CSD conservation services, is leading in the pack in SANParks with regards to male representation. So I think there is a round of applause, virtual applause, that we'll give to the conversation division. Yolan, our chairperson of the Conservation, CSEG, Conservation and Socioeconomic Development Committee of the Board. We thank you for taking the time, ma'am, to chair, to moderate this, and to bring your own expertise and experience to these discussions. Liza, you have been very central in putting topics together, in putting these together. But many thanks has to go to Jill. A special word of appreciation to you, Jill. Managing logistics of something of this nature is an incredible feat, and I see that we have had very good attendance. So thank you very much, Jill. It is appreciated. As I said, I had many points. Where are the other points? So which one do I go to? You know, as we were speaking, and I think many of us in this engagement can relate to some of these issues that I said are taken for granted with regards to how climate change impacts on communities, particularly on women, rural women, because it's either some of us grew up in those environments or we have relatives in those environments. So it really does hit home. It is not a theoretical discussion. It's just that it is couched differently in communities, and as lay people, we speak about it differently. We do not say climate change. We say the crops were bad this year. Oh, there is drought this year. The animals are dying. But we don't really have the capacity to think of it as a scientific challenge in the manner that we have. But that also then calls into question then the extent to which we as SANParks are taking this message out. I was having another conversation yesterday with another colleague and saying, we were talking about the extent to which there is an appreciation of conservation, of the need for protected areas in South Africa. And very informally, I said, but where are we as SANParks in leading opinions? We have to be the opinion leader. Where is our voice in all of this? Because for appreciation to happen, people have got to understand what it is we do. They've got to understand what conservation means, what biodiversity is all about, what climate change is. And yet we do carry these phrases every now and again where we talk about mainstreaming conservation, mainstreaming biodiversity. Mainstreaming means breaking it down so that your average person on the ground understands how it impacts on them. So I'm throwing this challenge to our communications department, and I have already been sending WhatsApps as I sit here. It's not the first time the challenge has been put across to them, that we need to get your voices as the scientists on the media, where you can get in touch with average people, where you simplify science and you break down the challenges that we have to deal with in SANParks, particularly in the area of conservation and biodiversity. We'll be resolving a number of issues, and I won't go into that in terms of branding because that's not the platform. But truly, there is a need for your average man on the ground, your average Hapilwe and Thabo and Joe and Nick need to understand about the work that we do. And then we can then revisit the question of, is conservation as a field truly appreciated in SANParks? I won't bore you with the context in which I was discussing this, but nevertheless, it had to do with, I won't break it down much, but it had to do with the funding of conservation. That will be another topic for another day. So, Lutando, Nicola, Moto, I forgot to mention you. How can I? am so sorry. Did I mention you? I hope so. Nicola, Wendy, Moto, Lutando, when comms comes knocking on your door and says, can you do this interview? Can you engage with this particular talk show host? Please present yourselves. Please appreciate what it is we are trying to achieve within a bigger picture. And then there is the issue of the nexus between science and socioeconomic development. I touched on that a little bit. But what today's engagement has said to me is that, as much as I know that we do operate in silos, that these silos are a bit extreme and that we do need, as Yolan said, a cross-pollination between the various sectors. That is our challenge as management colleagues. It's the nexus between science, socioeconomic development, and tourism. So it's almost like a triangle in my mind, but thinking off the top of my head, we need intentional interventions to make sure that we have an integrated approach. So we have to go back to basics and say, how do we ensure that we have a working relationship that is meaningful and that effectively cross-pollinates ideas and theories and practicalities. Yolan, you asked me specifically about guests, tourists, in an uncertain climate situation that we live in. And I want to take it back to saying, if it's a frank response, because my view is we do work in silos. Wendy does her thing, Nicola, Moto, Lutando do their thing. If you understand what they're doing. But it really goes back to that issue of cross-pollination. We are not talking. Wendy sent me an interesting article the other day, about 2 months ago, on climate change and the impact on tourism. But we are not elevating these issues sufficiently. So it's an interesting article. I read it, very interesting. I hear a bit there. But the challenge then, and you need to hold us to this as a board member, Yolan, is how do we elevate this that I call the nexus between these three major areas of tourism, socioeconomic development, and conservation? I don't have a response because we don't have any interventions. Well, aside from a poster in the room where we say, please save water, water is a precious commodity, we don't have any direct engagements with our clients in terms of how they should possibly behave within a national park, or the importance of what it is that we do, how they can contribute. So we're not having those conversations, to be very honest with you. As it is, we don't even have energy saving, what are they called, geysers. Don't have energy saving globes. We are not, I'm not sure the extent to which we really are managing water usage or water wastage from the guest perspective. So I am conceding that there is absolutely nothing that is happening currently where we bring this matter front and center for our guests, and that has to be dealt with, and it's largely a communication issue. So last but not least, Wendy, you reminded me of a book I read many years ago by this book by Sheryl Sandberg, Lean In. She then was the COO of Facebook. I think she's moved on. Oh, I'm going to get into trouble, but I want to challenge some of us who work for SANParks, some of us as senior employees, female employees of SANParks, that we each contribute a book, and I will run a competition for women in SANParks who are in lower levels to stand a chance to each win a copy. As we're talking, I took a look and Take a Lot. It is retailing for 245 Rand. So if there's 10 of us contributing, we can have 10 prizes for this book, Lean In. I am deliberately making it a gift from us personally, as opposed to using company resources, because I believe it will be more meaningful, as opposed to me saying it goes against this cost center. One guy, I don't know what they're doing to you. You sound like you're in distress. So I think that as opposed to us putting it against a cost center, it is our gift to our sisters, most of them younger, most of them junior to us. Let's run a competition, and it's an exciting Women's Month. Colleagues, thank you very much. I see there are notes in the chat box. And I see Antoinette says she started to replace all lights with LEDs and installation of solar water heaters as part of the green energy program. Previously also implemented energy efficiency programs, heat pump installation and KNP waters and water saving showers. I do know, Antoinette, that this is happening, but it is the pace at which it's happening on the one hand, and on the other, it's the extent to which we're communicating it. You know, that firstly, we're doing it and why we're doing it. So Moto is also indicating that very fast, that we're moving very fast with properties team led by Antoinette and us supporting with the science. Fantastic news. So it's about speeding it up. I'm just going to go through this just to note. It's a lot of comments. I'm trying to close, but I think everybody has the opportunity to take a look at the comments that have been made. Nicola does indicate that they have considered the impacts on guests in our climate change vulnerability assessments. Yes, Nicola, but I took it from also a different perspective in terms of involving the guests and being part of this situation. And then there's a huge scope for awareness, for campaigns, and promoting important messages. But colleagues, this has been fruitful, it's been productive. And I will request our comms colleagues to make sure that this video and recording is available within a few hours. A lot of our colleagues have managed to attend, some haven't, because people have other conflicting priorities. But if we have it online, people can refer to it. Then we spread the message and it becomes wider. I will be speaking as well with the comms colleagues to see how often and how best we can approach the need for constant webinars. The one thing that lockdowns have taught us is how we can use this tool to quickly gather people in huge numbers and address them. So we then don't have to be scheduling a summit in 6 months and 7 months. We can constantly have these engagements on very interesting things that we are doing as SANParks, and they don't necessarily have to be about women. So on that note, colleagues, I'd like to say thank you very much for being here. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the panelists. It has been a magnificent engagement. And thank you to our special guest, Tuli Kuman. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the rest of Women's Month.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.